Sorry for good bird. Distracted, but starting up with some art now. Do, 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 do. Yes, on blue X. X. Blue sky. Oh, hey, Aza. Welcome in. Hopefully running well, and thank you for flipping me off. We're just gonna keep working on the trees because I'm still have the hardest fucking time figuring out how to do these. But I think I've got it figured out now. Still gonna take forever, but hey, what are you gonna do? It's backgrounds, right? Just gonna where all the layers are. There we go. Oh, what layer I left that on? Oh, I left that on the light layer. Whoops. You're not supposed to be there. Alright, attempt 3. See if we can get this. Yeah, and that is at a hundo. Okay. I'll just play this by ear. Certain areas are going to be relatively great for this, so. But how are things going in the general audience? Are you enjoying the holidays? Has Mariah Carey sung you into an early grave yet? Or are we still relatively fine in that regard? I can at least say that my brain is always wired a little bit odd. Enough so that I've watched 2.25 seasons of a show today. If only for nostalgia factor. But that's fine. Sometimes it's just what you gotta work through to get ideas and get yourself in a certain headspace. this the music I want to have on today? What I said I wanted to do for trees, but what else do I got? Why don't we go a little harder than Scott for today? Still love me some ska, but sometimes you just need to reach the inner depths of your mind and body. All the bird stuff. Snow. Definitely bird lines. Done with it so far. Okay. I was a little bit lazy with the bird, wasn't I? Some nice bark, I don't mean her. Hey there, Nana. Welcome in. Hopefully the evening's treating you so far. Welcome to a semi-relaxing day in the cabin. How goes things? The world treating you alright, or are you stuck with work? Big. There's the heart. Took a bit to actually. I'll get it done for New Year, though. Oh, stuck with the snowball fight? Gotcha, gotcha. Well, hopefully speaking, the snowball fight treats you alright. As long as no one's shoving rocks in there, it should be fine. I literally did nothing with that. I think that's the color layer. Oh, that is for feet. Go. Yeah. Don't think I'd render that one. Just line work, which I'm better at. Probably a decent idea, yeah. You've already had like a significant amount of work on your plate as is, so you probably want to give yourself a little bit of a break before you get forced back into work, right? Yeah. Hello, turn tool. A little bigger. Don't know how you feel about what you're doing now, but rendering things is my worst nightmare. Rendering is definitely a bit of a harder pill to swallow. I'm not gonna fault you there, Nano. Especially when it comes down to it, because certain things just take forever to do. Worth the effort sometimes, mind you. But yeah, rendering is a nightmare, especially when you're trying to experiment a little bit with texturing to make sure you're actually getting it right. Which is why I've gone over the shading for the trees like 3 freaking times now. Because this is going to take a bit. Nothing but me. How y'all doing? Or Howl? How are you? How are you doing? Doing all right. Was watching Ruby today just because of a what's the word? Just kind of a mood. Wanted to watch the early Ruby series again. See if I can remember what they were doing with it and why I remember liking it so much. Yeah. Yeah, Ruby season 1, season 2. I'm currently in season 3 where stuff happens. Okay. They did have some beat brain moments and fights. Yeah. Monty was a very good fight choreographer, and it's definitely still a pretty good prick in the heart that he passed away as early on as he did. Definitely left quite a hole in that workflow team that he was just not there. But it is definitely one of the highlights of early RWBY. I don't follow this series anymore. There's getting a lot of hate for something. Yeah, Rooster Teeth hasn't been taking it in the cleanest of directions. I don't fully recall what's going on with Rooster Teeth, but they've been making some bad decisions lately, which is definitely causing some problems with the production of the show. But I don't know the specifics myself yet either. I was going to look into it once I got up to like season 8 or something. I think that's when they started getting called out on a few things. But it's definitely something to keep an eye out for. I think they've been making some thematic decisions as well that people don't like, but again, I'll have to double check it. It's not like I'm trying to rep for Rooster Teeth or anything here. Just trying to remember an old show I liked. Although I don't think they've killed off any important characters lately. I could be wrong on that though. But I guess that is kind of just what happens when you've got a dev team going on for seasons where everything just keeps changing and they need to keep up with the market times. If you make a mistake, people are very much going to call you out on it. And considering the decisions Rooster Teeth have been making lately, Rooster Teeth was a regular in my school recruitment pool, though not 3D, so I don't pay much attention. Yeah, most of their stuff is 3D, but they did have a couple instances where there was 2D animation. They definitely haven't done that lately, though, as far as I recall, as they've been sticking to like Red versus Blue and RWBY for most of the main production shows. That was another one that they were working on too, like Genesis or something. I don't remember where that one actually got off to, but it kind of feels like it's been dropped or no one really just talks about it anymore. Some visual effects in RWBY, I believe, are 3D. Kind of paved the road for Arcane. I think to some extent, RWBY did at least open up the doorway for people to think more into 3D. It was definitely still there, but they needed like a good example of what to do, which Monty was that bracket. Monty brought a lot to the table that's honestly not used very well by most other groups, but if you can figure it out, then yeah, it'll be a pretty good boon for everyone. You meant 2D for VFX. I kind of figured, but I figured I'd go along with it anyways. Combo between 2D FX and 3D characters. Yeah. It's definitely a harder effect to pull off, but I think early Ruby at least nailed it pretty well. Although Ruby did kind of make some mistakes with adding 2D characters in certain scenes just to kind of have them as background characters, which was probably not their smartest decision. Although I think they have stopped that lately. I could be wrong. I guess I actually still need to watch Arcane now that I'm thinking about it. I was always part of the camp that if League of Legends just pulled its stories outside of its game, I would be more interested in them. Because the writing for League of Legends and the entire just universe tends to go in relatively good direction. Just it's very overshadowed by their, you know, giant toxic mess of a game. But since Arcane did pretty well, they at least know what they're doing. I believe there's Legends of Runeterra as well, which was kind of a story arc game. Oh. Excuse me. Arcane's Animation Goldmine. I used to watch frame by frame analysis of that series. Probably a good idea. I don't know the team they had for Arcane, but they definitely nailed everything that they were doing. So it's going to be one that's probably used for 3D animation for a while, just so that way they can actually get the tools that they used for a more general audience. I played League of Legends, so it was kind of big for you. That is perfectly fair. I played League for a little bit as well, but not to any major degree, I think. Just kind of started up some bot games occasionally and screwed around in the engine. But like I said, the world kind of hooked me. I liked the idea of Piltover, and obviously with my Blitzcrank buddy just existing, wanted to learn more about the guy, even though they've retconned his plot a few times, and now it's even a question if he's a child or not, since they seem to be baby moding him a little bit. Oh, hey there, Eldritch. Welcome in. I hope the evening's treating you alright. We're just working on some trees. Trying to get some bark textures rendered because this is gonna take a hot minute. But how are things on your side? Life treating you well? was almost diamond in ranked for season 6. Then I lost and quit it altogether. Honestly, Nana, you've probably dodged a bullet there. Especially if you were playing enough to get up to diamond. You would have slipped down a very, very rough slope. One filled with sandpaper and the tears of children around the world. To be honest, I had help from friends. It is probably the best way to actually play League. Just get some buddies, maybe get drunk, have a good evening. We were a great duo. Yeah, that'll definitely help. Were you just doing bot lane stuff then, if you were a duo? Or did you split up actual roles for like jungle top or jungle mid or top mid? Since I roughly remember the strategies you're supposed to use for League. Majority all bot. Sometimes you jungle and I do mids just so we can gank all the time. So you were prepared then. It's always good. My hand is going to be hurting after the stream. Yeah. I remember my rough history with League. I think I did mostly. It is gank and not flank, right? Yeah, gank is the right terminology here. League of Legends wouldn't have proper wartime terminology for it to work with. Of course, they'd come up with slurs and or slang to get anything across. But if I remember correctly, when I was playing, I was mainly doing support stuff. If only because I was a complete asshole who would play Blitzcrank support. But I was decent with the healers as well. Been a hot minute, mind you, but hot minute. It's been almost a decade, I think. Yeah, probably won't be touching at least base game of Legends anytime soon. Not unless someone put a gun to my head. I was a pretty consistent support, but only because I'd always get a lecture from my friend whenever I was ADC. Oi! Yeah, unfortunately, that does kind of sound like a League of Legends friend. So apologies on that front that you had to deal with that. But that does mean you got to control whether or not he lived or died, so there's also that fact. You held a lot of sway as to whether or not you actually succeeded in those fights. I'd probably that. Oh, again. There we go. Who'd you usually play as support? Do you remember? Uh, Blitzcrank, Sona. Who else? Blitz, Sona. I don't think I did Soraka very much. Yeah, not too much, I'd say. When I was actually playing the game, I just wanted to give a buddy a chance to get some stuff done and pull people out of position. Blitzcrank main, of course. I have to play the bot. I think I'd be glad to hear that my main for mid was Viger. I think you'd be glad to hear. Oh yeah, definitely, because Viger was my mid main as well for the most part. Of course, I'd go after the purple nightmare, who is too big for his own britches. Yeah, actually, that's fine. They changed his ultimate? Wait, really? No longer increases AP when you beat a player with it? Really? They fucked with his meteor? Because I know his Q used to do that. Maybe they just limited it to his Q just so that people weren't spamming his meteor too much. That would make sense. Shame, though. Getting a Viger meteor off was very satisfying. There we go. Oh, right. Sorry, not the meteor. Yeah, it was just the slightly slow orb of death that you just cast at someone. And if you killed a champion with it, it gave you like 10 AP. Or something like that. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the thing now. Boy. Yeah, because you had the basic shot with the Q that you used to build your AP up slowly against minions. Your W was the meteor that you used to just drop on enemies and slow them. The stun ring was on your E, so you would just surround them with the stun thing, drop meteor on them, hit them with Q, and then hit them with your R just to pop them. I should not be remembering this much about friggin' League of Legends mechanics. Oh boy. It's always the video game shit that I remember. I really wish I didn't. That's just what happens with my memory. I play games for, kind of a living. Not exactly. Did I hit? Thing. How many keyboards have you destroyed playing this? Oh, I never destroyed any keyboards playing League. I never got salty enough to care just because it's people on the internet and I barely looked at chat. And I've been relatively well known for a pretty tough willpower, so tended to be a little easier on me. Especially when playing support, because I just needed to heal people. If they aren't able to do the damage to, kill people, it's not my fault. Not like I was playing the classes that buffed their damage or anything. People often blame me as a support if I didn't die first. Uh, People are too toxic for League of Legends. League of Legends is kind of like Mario Party to some extent. You tend to have friends when you start playing it, and then by the time you finish playing it, you may not have those friends anymore. Right? But yeah, support is usually the last pick that tends. Oh, gee. Hi. Hello, Big Strokes. Please don't change my menu too much. Support tends to be the one who gets a majority of the blame, if only because of the fact that you're supposed to be the healer. You're supposed to make sure people don't die. Little do they know that you hold the power of the game in your little hands. Your E is the only thing keeping your friends alive. You better not piss me off lest I actually miss hitting that key and hit my R instead. There we go. Most of the toxicity I received was from strangers. Oh, I mean, that's good you know how to pick friends. That can always be difficult when attempting League of Legends. Just play with them one match and you can see who'll have your back. That is generally the good way of doing it, yeah. I remember my rough history with it. Because I played it earlier on, definitely. And I believe I still have my old account, so I still have some of the old profile pictures that they gave out back then. But I believe I stopped playing around the time that Bard was released. That is the last standing memory I have of League. Just a man who could go through walls because he was functionally a god. Man, played him in ranked a lot, but only with buddies. Was Bard a little bit too much for strangers to handle then? Also, welcome in, Kashka. Hopefully things are going alright. And welcome to Happy Little Trees. Oh, and thank you. People just didn't know when to use my tunnels. Yeah, that's admittedly fair. Bard's tunnels were a strange thing to actually have access to. Useful, but awkward. Things are going well. How about you? I'd say things are going alright. We're just working on trees, which isn't the most fun thing to render, but something you gotta do for background, unfortunately. And I think that's roughly what I should be doing. I'll have to go back and actually add this little flame light to all of the front ones, but we're making progress. My arm is gonna hurt like a complete bitch after this, though. This is a lot of very wide movements, so it is not the best thing for you if your joints are not great. But technically, this way of rendering it is at least faster than what I was doing before, which is good. Oh, hi there, Mega.
Judiker thank.
Thank you very much for shoving yourself in the freezer for the 15th month. If you're thinking as to whether or not your toe is technically dying off, I would recommend going to see a doctor. Also, thank you for the coolant. Oh, you quit when they introduced Nico. I don't think that was too far after Bard. Yeah, Nico was the little lizard girl. She was a chameleon who was able to kind of disguise herself when she needed to. Little treacherous, but it's what happens. Happy Thursday to you as well, Omega. Hopefully speaking everything's at least going well and that exercise isn't completely kicking your teeth in. Because welcome to the last week of December. People are going to be wondering how they should start their workout sessions for the new year. To try and keep to those New Year's resolutions, of course. Because those never go long. Or wrong, rather. December's definitely a month. Yeah. Not an easy month to get through, but a month all the same. It is, in fact, the month of all time. How did you know, Nano? I didn't realize you're on the committee for that. It'd be better if... Oh, Jesus. That's probably a bit better. Yeah, it's certainly in the top 12 somewhere. I'm glad that we're all on the committee. We can understand these rankings super well. Ow. Alright, back to it. Oh, geez, wrong one. I wanted to spin. Eh. We don't need to show our menu like that. We're not a naughty channel. People don't need to see our bare settings. Yeah, we're just going to keep working on this. I think I've got a efficient workflow, so I should get, like, most of the trees done today, hopefully. We'll see, though. That's too much. League Legends to Toho, definitely an upgrade. I mean, depending on what corner of the world you're actually sitting in, the Toho fandom can also be relatively toxic. But that is kind of just what happens when you get a dedicated fan base over like a 20-year period. You're going to get the cream of the crop, and you're also going to be getting the dog shit that pops up there. Were you already a streamer during the league phase? Oh god, no. I played League long before I even thought about streaming. Come on, dude, there's no topping League's toxicity. I would argue against that fact. I've been part of Homestuck before. League is like nothing when you get into the wrong side of the Homestuck fandom. Is it a game? Kind of. Homestuck is a webcomic technically, but there were games included as a part of it. But the discussions over a webcomic can get pretty rough, especially when your story is getting longer than Ulysses. So there's a lot of text to go over. It's one thing that I joked about that we could do a read along on stream at some point and maybe find some systems that would allow you to actually play the flash files that are assigned with it too. But no. A, I don't have the time for it, and B, I can explain a good amount of shit about that story that I should not be super proud of. Oh, actually went all the way to my hotbar. Whoops. I guess I don't need my OBS open for this, so I may as well just keep an eye on Kin. And it looks like somebody won with a fireplace redeems. That's good. We are in the right space for that. Oh, damn. Up to 30. The shame that Steam Elements isn't really caught up with the whole stream streak. Otherwise, I'd be able to read those out too. These aren't on the same layer, right? That's all the front trees, technically, so... Then this big tree, so technically speaking, chunk of this. I'll take this opportunity to say, Comfy Jude looks like an adorable watermelon. I'd be concerned if a watermelon was that color, but I'm not gonna fault you. Watermelon is pretty good. Yeah, man. Still adorable, though reinforced through high quality material science. If only we could just manufacture fruit. And no, we gotta listen to Mother Nature and grow it in the ground. Like savages. I remember Riot was making an MMO. Not sure how it turned out. I don't think it's released yet, but they probably should be getting a good amount of work done on it. It'll probably be one of their later releasing projects, if only because of the fact they've got like so many others on the go right now that it's a little bit insane. That, and they're probably making decent money off of just League of Legends and Legends of Runeterra, if I'm remembering the card game right. So they may not have a reason to try and fish for the free-to-play MMO money too, until one of those projects fails. Imagine if Riot became the new Blizzard. I mean, they functionally are. That's not exactly any news by any stretch, Nano. They've been taking over the MOBA scene. Like, Dota is, I think, technically smaller than League of Legends now, just by quota. And I'm sure Valve loves that fact. But yeah, I'm still salty about Blizzard. Reforged is no longer on my account, and I don't know why. Forged. Warhammer 3 Reforged? That release of a game that erased Warhammer 3 from everyone's libraries so they could never play the original ever again. Warcraft Reforged. The name doesn't ring a bell, if I'm being completely honest. Been so long since I deleted it, but it should still be on my account. Warcraft Reforged. Yeah, it's the basically remaster of Warcraft 3. I remember the controversy with it, but I'm not sure. I don't think they've exactly like revoked Reforged and actually gone back on their word, but I could be wrong. But I just remember that decision going horribly wrong for them. So I can't imagine things are going any better. Comfy Sachi drawn reading by the campfire, or reading by the house fireplace. That's the word. There we go. Upgrading texture, which is well in the ability of a modder. Yeah. And I'd imagine there were already some Warcraft 3 mods that just upgraded textures. People have been playing Warcraft 3 pretty much since its release, so it's not like anyone's foreign to the idea of just playing that over most of other Blizzard projects. And you don't really get a lot of this because it's behind Momiji's head, but sure. Alright, that should technically help out a good bit. I need a big brush for this. Just this cup. Decent chunk. That's probably going to be an issue. Did I put that on here? Probably should worry about that too much. Gonna have to be a little careful with doing this on snow, but This is a dark forest. Gotta make sure stuff is actually shaded in. There's that. And then, what's a good way of doing this? That will actually do it. Lovely. Oh, lurk to tinker up some food. Well, just be careful, Nano. You don't want Solace's spirits to start burning everything. But thank you for the lurk, and I'll talk with you in a bit. Oh, Kin's done. What direction are you going, Kin? Should we be concerned? Going over to Sierra. Okay. Can't say I've seen them in a bit, so that'll be a welcome change. I think this is the effect I'm looking for the most part. Oh, Sierra just started up. Okay. Welcome back, Nana. Hopefully you can enjoy the tunage. I like having the symphonic metal tracks going sometimes. It's a good change of pace. Anybody out there? Oh, fuck. Ow. Okay, yeah, doing the trees is gonna be a bitch on my arm. I have to stretch it out more. Genshin's story's been exceeding your expectations time and time again? Really? I haven't kept super up to date when it comes down to Genshin, but what are they doing exactly? Oh, not black. Disney comeback has been paid off? Hey, I mean, as long as you're actually getting dividends off of a Genshin story, then I'd say you're pretty well off. Anybody out there? Writing's been improved since Liu? Really? I wonder if they got a different team for the writing staffs. All I know is that I probably won't touch Genshin again gameplay-wise, but I do remember them doing relatively well on the story front, so I may stories online at some point. Or potential for fan fiction. You never know. Sumeru's story, Star Fourth Nation you go to, already had me crying. Oh, that's not a good sign when a game can start making you cry. Is there anybody out there? Don't. Oh, yeah, I completely forgot about that. Whoops. See if I also did fairly large swaths for the rest of it. Yeah, that's a little bit better for the effect I'm trying to pull here. I think I've technically gone over my history with Genshin at the very least, but I was kind of in a similar camp as to what Solace was with, where we weren't exactly talking at the time, so I do find it funny that we both kind of failed on the same idea. But we basically were on the first Klee banner, and upon the first Klee banner, uh, we both pulled for pity. Oh, good timing, Solace. I'm recalling our trauma, our accidentally shared trauma. But We were on the first Klee banner, and apparently Solace's end, we both pulled for pity. Solace didn't end up getting Klee. I did get Klee, but it still costs like $100 or $200 to actually get there because fuck, that banner was disgusting. And I think Solace just rage quit at that point, which is fair. And then I realized I had a problem and I quit there because goddamn, I didn't want to have to get sucked into a gacha that bad again. Okay, that's doing what I need it. In case you didn't catch this, Jude, the grind was brutal, I will admit, but they just implemented a new system where your dailies can be completed by finishing any quests. Huh. Ah, yeah, I did miss it. Sorry, my chat box is just small enough that bit got pushed off screen. Also, hi, Izo. Hopefully the evening's running well and that you're fucking eating something. God damn it, go eat something. But yeah, the grind for Genshin was definitely a bit much. I like having a variety of games at my disposal, but even I have some limits for how many games I want to actually do that with. This? Oh, that's on the trees. I don't need that on the trees. There we go. You guys made the same mistake. Cleo was abysmal as a damage dealer. Kin says she's fine, but Jank to use optimally. Yeah, I just wanted the Gremlin, if only for the voice lines, because I was not playing super competitively while I was doing it. She's cute, so I can understand. I think there was only one character that I thought I'd go back to Genshin for. Oh, nice. Another 30 stream walk streak. Oh boy. Uma doesn't get any luck either. Jesus. Okay. Let's see here. Can I remember names? No, but thankfully generic Google searches tends to make things a little bit easier. Oh. She was the only reason I was going to go back to Genshin. I don't know what her name was, but that design just kind of screamed yes for me across the board. Yeah, Kooky. She seemed like she'd be up my alley for the most part. But wasn't in the cards. Mostly because I had a thought. Oh, those trees. Guess I probably should do those, shouldn't I? Off. Should go bigger. Oh, too big. Actually, I guess thinking on it, Momichi's shadow is just going to be covering this basically entire fucking tree, isn't it? There we go. I came back after hearing how the story's been ramped up to 100, and ramped up it was. You guys quit on the first nation you went to. Technically speaking, yeah, because I'm pretty sure Cleese Banner was only a thing when the Geo landscape was actually released. So, yeah, we did kind of quit pretty early on, didn't we? Whoops. Fuck that game. Basically, yeah. We remember what we did. I think when it comes to Genshin, it kind of just holds that same route as to why I don't play like Honkai Star Rail or Tower of Fantasy or any of those games. Because they feel like they're just fishing for money, if anything. And if I'm gonna do any fishing, it'll be Sega's Pro Bass Fishing or Stardew Valley. There's a lot better types of fishing you can do in this day and age. I mean, I'm still a free-to-play player. You don't really need the gacha at all. About the Fifth Nation. Oh, I'm not saying that you don't need to gacha, but the way that they advertise characters and such, that's what feels like it's fishing. Although I believe I did also play Honkai Impact Third. Is that the full name of it? I believe I played that for a bit as well, just for the sci-fi theming. Anyway. Oh, hi. Welcome in, sir and crew. I hope the evening's running well. And welcome to my little part of the world. My name is Jude, your judicial utility droid Mark III, here to provide you with a relatively comfy time while we're getting some stuff done. I suppose warning for swearing, just because I'm kind of family friendly, but I do tend to get a little bit sweary when I'm talking about a thing I'm passionate about. Just as a slight heads up. But how are things going, Sarah? How were you enjoying your dangerous elites? Were you able to take out everything when you needed to, or were you at least able to get some trade routes going? Because it's a game that I conceptually like, but I've never gone into it super hard, so I'm not 100% certain if I would like it. But seeing you play it looks like fun. Makes me think of Euro Truck Sim. That's up my alley. Doing some bounty hunting. Ooh, very nice. And hey there, Bumrush. Yeah, I am a Canadian. Don't really advertise it super often, but you know, I'm up here. I like the cold. I'd prefer it if we had snow this year, but it's a little bit warm, so that's not happening. You like sim games? It's pretty good. Have to make your own fun kind of game. Ah, yeah, that sounds accurate. Maybe I'll keep an eye out for a sale then, because the space sims seem to be a relatively good time. You'll have to excuse me a little bit with the content we're doing. Rendering backgrounds is awful, and I've got like a lot of work to do for that. On sale now? Is it? Neat. Dangerous. Oh wow, it's on a big sale. Yeah, 80% off. That's probably worth it. Is this game relevant to you? This game doesn't look like anything else you've played before. That's a lie, and you know it. There we go. That's in my library now. Thank you for the heads up. I love when Steam tells me that. I just played a game like this. Excuse me? Yeah. Seems a little silly because its recommended areas are a little bit off. Need that base color. There we go, a bit better. How dare they tell me what you like? I will like everything I gosh darn please. Silly Steam. It's a helpful AI at times, but it does miss the mark every so often. But that's just what Valve does. They think they know what they're doing, but they are definitely wrong. There we go. That's better. It does sometimes find something interesting. Occasionally it does, yeah. Because they're at least paying attention to like the more popular games out there, just in order to get people's general opinion on them. A little darker. A little darker. Dark. There we go. That's better. While I'm here, I probably should actually change all of the trees' colors because I know I'm missing a couple back there. That's the snow. Here's trees. But yeah, just to do a general idea of what we've been doing here. Oh geez, nope. There. We've been working on this winter piece for one of the Toho characters that I like. She does definitely get a relatively good standing overall, but I just wanted to do a winter piece with her, if only because I'm biased. And I feel like everyone always has like one character that they try to latch on to when there's just a large multicast going on. Dude. But just a comfy little winter piece. I did redesign the character slightly to make it work for this, but that's fine. Also, hi Stalling and hi Bumrush. Hopefully speaking you enjoyed the evening so far, and that you were treating Sarah well while they were delivering. There we go, that's better. Because you always need some co-pilots to help you out. There we go. Now the colors make a bit more sense. I'll be here lurking to get some dinner. All good there, Sarah. Thank you very much for raiding in. And let us know how your food actually goes. It's always interesting what humanoids are actually eating nowadays, if only because the colder months tend to mess them up a little bit. Oh. Really? Can I undo that? Thank you. Instructions unclear. I'll proceed to bully the elf. Now, Stalling. Be nice. Sarah's treated us well so far. The least you can do is make sure they have a nice pillow to sit on. Honestly, shadow on here is not intense enough. Let me work on that first. Oh. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay. 4. Now we scratch. We scratch like no cat has ever scratched before. Yeah. In more realistic terms, if anyone does need to raid and run, do fully understand, especially during late in the year when everyone is just running completely out of energy. And I completely understand that fact. Are you using grayscale, Jude? Probably not, because I'm not sure what you mean, Nano. Do keep in mind my knowledge of artistic terminology can be a little bit lax at times, if only because I forget a lot very quickly when it's just in words and I'm not doing it in practice. Technically speaking, those faces are in the emote slots now as well, if you want to use them outside the channel. I had some extra animated emote slots that I could fit those in, which was fairly handy. Like painting value first and introducing colors later. Okay, I'm doing it backwards then, because I definitely did colors first and then I introduced value. It helped with controlling the value. Yeah. I usually double check colors once I actually get my texturing in, but I definitely do colors first. I think that's just how my workflow is, because I've not exactly been properly trained in art before. Being a robot and all, I kind of had to learn on my own methodologies I could find online, and it's entirely possible that someone threw a magnet at me and I just found the reverse instructions instead. We're making it work. We're doing our best. Technically speaking, the sides of the tree with a bit more of this. Yeah, man. Okay. There we go. Not sure if this software has a layer type, so grayscale, but there's a layer in Photoshop where you can shade everything first and then turn on the layer type. While introducing the colors to it will count the shading you've done. I think that would be multiply, if I remember correctly. Because that sounds familiar, but I'm definitely a little bit lacking in knowledge of CSP's tools, so I could be entirely wrong on that regard. I think that's multiply at least. Not quite. Although that does actually line it up with the rest of them, so I might just keep that. You can make a gradient map layer and put it in color blending mode. That'll give you grayscale in a non-destructive way. Hmm. Y'all are talking magic words now. I do not know what you're talking about. I really need to learn my tools a bit better because I'm just used to scratching things until it works. Dude, as you can see by my layer nonsense at least. Because I definitely know what I'm doing. Right click on layers, correction layers, gradient map. Correction. I don't see an option for correction layer. If this animator knows about this little blending trick, you should too. Yeah, I'm not seeing a setting that... Oh, wait, here it is. That's for new correction layer, mind you. Gradient map. Oh, that made that entire tree black, didn't it? Oh, that made a lot of things dark. Uh, does that just turn like everything underneath it? That? Huh. Oh, fuck, no. I'll put it in there. That is such an odd layer type. Uh, but I mean, yeah, that is functionally our value so far. That is so weird. But yeah, that does give the grayscale. Don't forget to set it to color blending mode. Color blend. Here below. Color blend. Oh geez, not that. That? No, that makes everything too bright. No. It just says color? Huh. Well, that definitely does make everything gray versus that. That is weird to look at, but technically, yeah, that is the general idea. Ah, hmm. And I guess back to the original point, but what is the reason for bringing this up? That's just the bell. That's fine. You can figure out the too bright and too dark areas. Okay. I mean, so far it seems fine to me. This is supposed to be a relatively dark scene anyways, so this bank being lit up and then all the banks behind it just being various levels of dark just to fade into a darker forest is kind of the idea. Although couple patches may need some work, like there and here. Ow. The mid and background have a drastic snow or drastic value change, I think. They do, yeah. Also, don't flashbang Momi. No, we don't plan on flashbanging Momi. She doesn't quite deserve that. Let's see here. Those layers sitting. On the trees. Not that one. So that would at least balance it out, technically. That way it's not as drastic. On you. Which does technically help it out a bit. But if you don't have the shading and color layers separated, then it's quite destructive to make changes to the master layer. Uh, you can see my layer list, right? Like, there's a lot of layers on this thing. I don't think I have a master layer because I separated like so much of this already. Oh, that's also with some of the groups being collapsed too. Because like that entire group is literally for the heater, and then this one is entirely for Momiji, except for her lines. How did I leave the lines off? There we go. But you're coloring on the shading? No? Uh, yes, on its own clipping layer. Is it? Like that's the lighting area. And then that's the shading area. And then there's a couple group shadows in here as well. But yeah, that's just 4 separate clipping layers. That's why these files are inefficient, by the way. But it works, and it separates things for what I need. I was working on that tree. You can turn off all the colors. I mean, for the most part, if I'm understanding what you mean, right? Like I separated the shading group into 4 different groups. Or 4 different layers, rather. Which is why I missed that, actually, now that I'm seeing it. Yeah. That's just how I do it, though. I'm not sure how efficient that is, but dude, there is a method to my madness, Nano. Don't worry. I'm not a professional artist or anything, but like I kind of know what I'm doing. Only kind of, though. Yeah, that's the layer I'm looking for. Dude. Dude, do you kiss upside down as well? What? I'm not Spider-Man, Nano. I'm a robot. I'm aware that modern Spidey at least has the tech suit thanks to Iron Man and all, but like, I'm not Spider-Man. Your madness is not very big then. I mean, if my madness was super big, I'm not sure if I'd be able to handle streaming very well. We've at least gone through a bit of needy streamer overload, and there's a certain level of sanity that you need to, keep going with it. boy. Escasake and something fierce. I also need to adjust the shadows here. That's technically supposed to be darker. Um, why don't I just get lighting on this one tree and then I'll take a break? So we have been going for about 2 hours now. And I probably need to relock my arm in place and fix my neck. Hmm. Those straight lines in the snow. Straight lines? Oh, those. Those are guide markers for the moment at least, just so that way I know where like the pathing sits and the area she dug out for her little standing area. I need to blend those in for things like this that are supposed to be like the back wall of her little standing area. And then kind of fiddle with the shading here to imply there's like a clean cut area and then some bump and then the road, which will have like steps in it. More importantly, why is there a snake on the barrel? Oh, the snake is apparently it's the sign for the Kappa, or at the very least Notori. Let me bring up an example here. That's not helpful. Yeah, on some of her older art, at least, you can see the little squiggle on her hat, which is supposed to be for the, at least her business. I'm not sure about all of them. If that's the case, I think I found my favorite Toho girl. You're gonna stick with the Kappa then? The Kappa with the Luigi cap? Who's obsessed with selling things and inventing things? I'm not gonna fault you. It's not a bad choice to go with, but just making sure you understand where you're going for. Yeah, with the snake symbol. She's an inventor, which is the role I want Nano, the character, to have. Oh, okay. That should help then, for sure. The Kappa are all about the inventions, or at least Notori is, and every fan game just has every single Kappa, generic or not, as key inventors. Although Solace, I'm not sure if you're here. Besides like Konako, do we have any other snake-related deities? Because I know Iku is a... God, what is it? The oarfish? Which is kind of close to a snake, but not really. Yeah, Iku's an oarfish. Konako has snakes as part of her design because it's supposed to be like the snake versus the frog. She's not actually a deity. She's a deity in my heart. That's all that matters. But Hanako has snakes. Iku's an oarfish. Suika is... No, sorry. Suika is the ogre. Oni. Yeah, Toho hasn't really touched much on snake imagery for stuff yet. They've dealt with like the Chinese dragon in the animal kingdom, but not a lot of snakes. Yeah, Suiko. Yeah, I was thinking Suika. That was bad on my half. But Suiko and Kaneko are deities at the Moirai Shrine, with Suiko being frog and Kaneko being tied to snakes. I don't think she's directly one, though. Just most art I see of her, she has snakes as a part of her design to go along with the holy ropes and all that. Then, yeah, perhaps snake is just that unique. It usually is to some degree, just because snakes tend to be tied more to the evil side, so basing gods off of them can be tricky. Not that I'm saying you're inherently lawfully evil or anything, Nano, but I like snakes as much as the next bot. They just never get depicted in the best of light. There we go. We spent so many streams just trying to figure out how to texture these goddamn trees, and we finally figured out a method and we're already through the front row. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break just to reset all my joints, so I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes or so. Enjoy the tunage, and make sure to take care of yourselves as well, please. Because I know that a lot of us tend to get a little bit lost during the winter holidays. Alright, thank you, machine. Hello there. Apologies on that. Probably a little bit longer than... A little bit longer than what I needed. Oh, hi, Kuma. Welcome in. And you think it's cute? Is it the dolls everywhere? Probably turn the music back down so you can hear me. Yeah, I like the Be Right Back screen. I get a chance to sleep. I got a couple bits of me dancing, which, you know, is good. I think I put it together relatively fine. Boy. Let's see here. We are treeing. Let us see about working on more of the treeing, because I need to do some texturing on a lot of the snow still, too. Huh. There should be a texturing layer for you. Where'd you go? Oh, right, that was the shame one. There we go. But how's it going, Kuma? Aside from you getting sick again, because I feel very sorry that you keep getting sick. It's honestly kind of a shame that you are. Oh, go a little darker. There we go. Let's see. We're doing trees. Probably should find that one back tree before we get too lost in our sauce. Brush, small brush. Actually, this is a legal thing to do.
Bro, guys, at level 1 hype train, if you leave it at level 1, you get frog emote. Wait, this is level 3. Hold on.
I find that the Shutout bot seems to have some issues just in the fact that it pulls like ancient clips out of nowhere for no good reason. I can't really explain it, but it just does that. Yeah, it just seems to pull everybody's old clips like it's doing it in order. I'm not sure why, to be completely honest with you. It's the weirdest thing. Okay, that's just Solace working on some bread. I appreciate a good slice of bread, but it's definitely been a while since you've done that one. I'm not even sure what that clip was for. Thank you, Twitch. You're doing lovely work. Solace had a piece of bread and then he drew a circle. Yeah, the Shoutout bot is handy, but weird. It seems to be very selective on what direction it wants to go. It has very strange tastes. Maybe it just wants bread. Are you saying the Shoutout bot is a duck, Solace? Because I won't put it past you. Too big. Exactly. We knew it. It can never escape our grasp. Yep. Has the ability to choose the most awkward and embarrassing clips you have. Yeah, it does tend to pick the more embarrassing ones. You're not exactly wrong there, Izo.
Wow.
I mean, it's going. It's going. This is slightly mind-numbing because we just have to crouch walk while placing magma blocks because they haven't given us any way. Why is this clip mostly me?
Right. I think fire res will still work, but that's overkill.
It's not. It's actually about as dangerous as lava still, to be honest with you.
Oh man, that's so
Shift and
stupid.
get out of the cart.
There
You
was
tried.
an ocelot in the way, so
Oh no.
I left the minecart hoping the ocelot was going to ride the minecart all the way to Kisses.
Oh.
And he didn't, so I keep pushing the minecart so he will get in.
Perfect. Thank you, Cat. You're always our greatest friend. Let's see here. Snowbanks. Gotta find out where they are. Okay. Already got layers there, but let's take a little bit of a peek at this, shall we? We need to do a little bit of work with that. Thank you, Kuma. I was half hoping to have it done by this point at least, but I guess that's not going to be happening. But I guess that's alright. What layer is that snowbank? Where the hell did I put that? There we go. And that layer has been doing nothing so far. This is where we need to experiment a little bit. That literally just a hole that I left there. Of course it is. Dude. Let's see here. This is technically going to be darker here because the light is filling up this floor area. It would hit the top of the banks, but not too much on the back of the banks. Because I know how to math. And technically speaking, extended shadow going out to that point. Get the texturing in here. Requires you. Gotta make sure that our snow looks a little bit gravelly, as you do. And same thing here. But I think I am glad to say that we're technically getting close to finishing this. I was thinking of adding like a snow layer like I did with the Cherno one, but I feel like just having it like this is probably enough details on it. I probably won't worry about adding a snowstorm on this too. That might be a little bit much. Bubbles there. Oh, that's a part of that layer too. Okay, that makes sense. Um, you fixed up a little. Bit more here. As shovel. Have to be very careful with the keys on the actual tablet. Because it doesn't look like you can see the pop-up whenever I do press them. Hmm. Okay, that's apparently my brush button. I'm not sure why that's automatically tied to that, but okay. That's the one thing that I'm not super fond of with this tablet. I was drawing on the main layer. Fuck. Okay, not much. That's fine. That's the texture. Probably get that over here as well. There we go. That's probably fine. So then next would be... Come on, buddy, you can do this. And this layer is those snowbanks. Okay. a little bigger. Another one. It's the same treatment. We just get a warm light everywhere. Because this is pretty close to the fire, and it's snow. That should be alright. Definitely gonna have to fix up all these other pathways, though. I don't know. Oh, that's shading for the birds, right? Probably just put these all in one layer for bird, just that way I don't keep forgetting what the hell they're for. Bird. There. So now the bird that is kind of still hard to see anyways is toggleable. Shovel is already toggleable, so that's fine. Those are those two snowbanks. Fine. Peter and Momiji. That's our main snow area. Which I realistically should just combine with another, but we'll make it work. Get the color spray out for texture. Probably not make you as major. Just to hit up this section a bit. Then that bottom area probably needs to be darker. That I'm looking at least. Our texturing for the main shadow. Need to be super dark, but you know what I should do for that? No. No, that's the wrong area. I want to get rid of that. There. That should be fine. Then that leaves the road snow, which I didn't fully do because I figured I would go back to it once I started actually texturing everything else. Also includes you. You need some work. Oh, I'm on the eraser. Whoops. Yeah, we do have a Kuma Kuma here. Kuma's doing their best to actually get back to their musical practice. But the world is kicking them in the teeth, as, you know, it usually does. Unfortunately, the world does not necessarily want Kuma to play music sometimes. But how are things going on your side, Nano? Did you enjoy your fooding? Makes sense. Kuma has a great singing voice. Kuma does have a great singing voice. You don't get to hear it too often. Yes, I'm enjoying my fattening. Fattening already happened, you know, that's what happened like 3 days ago. And I guess 3 days from now as well. That's the snowbank I'm thinking of. Why is that not going down? Ah, that's why. There we go. Is that classical music? Oh, some of the symphonic metal tends to have a little bit of classical just tied into it. Just because that's how symphonic metal tends to work. They're usually introducing slightly softer tones and light opera singing for some of them, just to make it work. Hi, Kuma. Yeah, we know about your great singing voice. You can't fool us. Another one. Why was it brought up though? Oh, because I mentioned that you were getting your ass kicked by sickness. Yeah. Obviously, since Kuma's suffering from sickness, she has a great singing voice. You're not exactly wrong, Nat. No, not tone scraping. I'm actually not sick anymore. Oh, that's good. This layer's a bit much. Well, it's good to hear that your sickness has at least gone away. I think I might also just be confusing it because I think Dewey may be sick as well. A lot of people in our friend groups just get sick this time of year. It really needs to stop. Because Mother Nature is just a complete jerk in that regard. I could probably use the heavier brush for this. Maybe not. Yeah. I have to go back to practicing flute though, which is something I'm not looking forward to. Hmm. Apologies, they have to go back to it, but why is it a problem that you're going back to flute exactly? I thought flute was one of the instruments you actually liked using. Okay. I enjoy the flute, but not want to have to play it. Like, it just feels so forced and everything. Like I could just cry on the inside. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kuma. Well, hopefully, speaking at least, any future exams are not going to be a huge problem for you. It can get discouraging at times just because I can't really improve all that much and just get stuck. Oh. Boy. I sadly wish I could give advice on flute, but I'm a sax player. There's significantly different breathing methods between the two. Ow. what I'm thinking of. Let's see. Lessons where I did my addition, so I've only had proper teaching for about 2 years. Not in a bad spot for you, right? Admittedly, yeah, if you've got proper education for 2 years, then it can just get discouraging because the other flutists have been playing it as their main instrument. Oh. Well, fuck their elitism then. Clearly, you're the best bear around, so that's all that matters. Too far back. There we go. Trying to think of what else I can actually add to this. I guess technically this section of the road shouldn't be as bright as it is. I'm a pretty average musician in comparison to the other music students, in my opinion. The only thing I have on them is like writing. I mean, to be fair, if you're there writing your own tunes and they have to worry about looking up Bach for most of their stuff, then I think you're doing pretty well off. Soft eraser. Soft eraser. There you go. That. Find that snowbank again. Yep. Top. Yep. Just 4 more months and then I have a 4-month break. That's not too bad. Hopefully speaking, you have a chance to actually breathe during that 4-month period. Yes and no. Oh, isn't that always the way? I still need to worry about practicing the flute. I'm going to assume that they don't have you, like, recording yourself on Skype or anything for this, right? Luckily, no recording. That's good, at least. So where's the shovel at? It's got its own group. That's for line. Wow, that's significantly less shading than I figured I'd put on here. Okay. How about I just make these clipping layers? Make my life a little easier. There we go. But it's just like they'll know if I don't practice because there's private lessons and such. Ugh. That's certainly not good. Bit awkward coming back to an old instrument you push on. Flutists are badass. I've been looking out for them in big orchestras. We did kind of have the crazy flute guy in the Game Awards lately as well, haven't we? So you can always aspire to be like him. Be the crazy flutist and then pull out a random sousaphone or something, just for the hell of it. Let's see. But I don't think I'd ever reach the level. I also just want to write anyway, so I'm not going to break my back over it. I don't know, Kuma. You could be a really fun flutist and whip it out at parties. Okay, I think it does look nicer actually having the snow shaded in. You can beatbox on the flute? Wait, what? Actually, I guess you technically could, couldn't you? Because it's just going off bass vibrations to get its shit out. So getting the various beatboxing sounds through a flute would be possible. Huh. Maybe I can't do that on saxophone. What in the contemporary gosh darn fuckery is this? Getting some beatboxing nonsense in my flutists. Just search up flute beatbox or something on YouTube. It's really cool. It requires so much air though, so I don't know if I'll be able to do it. I don't know. If you train your lungs enough, you may be able to. I think the only thing I have left to really do on this is texturing the background trees. I didn't think how quickly I could actually get the last bits of this together, but it makes more sense now looking at things with the snow shading on. Yeah, I guess we're just going to be working on texturing these background trees for the limited we need to actually do back there. Front trees, we don't got to worry about you. Back trees. All right. Trading my whole body for a new set of everything. Oh, that'd be handy if you could actually do that, though. Like, just imagine going into a workshop at some point and be like, hey, by the way, this body is, like, completely out of tune. I need to, like, get it upgraded just so that way I can play some instruments, please. Okay, it is working. Probably do that. Make my life a little easier. Did you treat you to do that? The extension of my right hand isn't the same anymore, so it's actually a bit tough to play. Ugh. And yeah, Yuzo, we're talking about music. Kuma's a flutist. So they're very good at doing a toot toot. I am not very well versed in flutes, so I'm not sure how much you can actually toot toot, but yeah, musician and composer. You gotta flex that when you have the opportunity, Kuma. You're doing better than me. I just play saxophone. And I haven't actually played saxophone in a while. Still have mine, though. So technically speaking, I could pick it back up if I ever wanted to. After I go to the music store and pick up some reeds, mind you. But I've learned to play multiple, but I only stick with 2. Epic Sax Robot. God, if I could actually pull off what that friggin'... What group was it? Romania? I don't actually remember which team did the Epic Sax routine, but it popped up again recently. God, they had fun. It was a good song, and he just got to enjoy that solo. Reed instruments are actually the only ones I can't just pick them to play. Yeah, reed instruments are awkward to actually get going. You have to breathe a little bit differently to make them work compared to just basic wood, or not basic woodwind, but compared to woodwind. Like flute and clarinet's a reed. Flute, tuba, trumpet, that group roughly. Yeah, the brass. Thank you. The Slayer? You are on the Slayer. Yeah. My ears. Why are your ears bugging you, Nano? Do you not like the pirate shanties? Or I guess sea shanties is the technical term, isn't it? The brass horn. There is technically a variety of the instruments used in symphonic metal, but is a little bit hard to see at times. I guess here in certain cases. I probably should listen to regular metal as well, or else Ezo's probably going to hit me with a newspaper. Because this is most of the metal that I tend to listen to. Oh, where'd it go? Pretty sure I was on you. Let's see if we can make a proper band. Gonna fish for more info from other people. I mean, Ezo is just a general music producer in general, so Ezo can technically fill the gaps. I wish I could use CSP, my brain can't handle it. What do you mean, Kuma? I'm not using a CSP well. You see my layer count on this? I am scratching the hell out of everything to make it work, and not using any of the inbuilt tools to make it work. I'm not even going to bother expanding all those groups. My layer count gets big too, though. Yeah, so, like, don't worry. I'm still suffering in CSP, just like you're suffering in the program you're using. I'm making it work. Also because it was just on sale, so I mean, it's hard to have it and not take no advantage of its tools. Although the little 3D modeler thing tends to be a potential option. Yeah. The file only you can draw. That's the last line of defense when passwords don't work. Man, imagine if you had to play Pictionary to unlock your computer. And it's more so you have to draw the picture and your computer has to make sure to guess it properly. God, my arm hurts. Doing this tree texturing is at least helpful, but God, is it inefficient? I think you are also on this layer. That means I can actually show this piece off soon. Because I can't think of anything else to fix texturing on this. Although I haven't exactly looked to see what the size of the PSD is for this, so I'm a little bit scared in that regard. This looks more tedious than all the Fumo hairs combined. A little, yeah. Because keep in mind, I'm doing that for every tree. Sometimes for different layers, depending on how much light needs to go on them, too. Ugh. What else can I do to this? The trees in the far, far back don't really need texturing because they're functionally just shadows, but they're back here. That's for you, which is that layer. Is the right layer technically? But yeah, for kind of the first major go at doing a background, I mean, that's not bad, right? Oh, actually, I can see something else I can fix. On you? Yeah, you. Don't actually need that much. Just for a little bit of texturing on that back line. Eh. Time are we at? 11:30? Entertain the thought. Okay. Brush density is 100. Particle density. I really need bigger particle size, don't I? Yeah, I do. Okay. You're not doing what I want you to do, are you? Oh, you kind of are. I'm gonna try this instead. Oh. Probably would help if I wasn't using the running color spray to try and cover everything, would it? Hmm. In all honesty, that's not actually too distracting having that on. And just kind of leaving some area around Momiji, considering there's a giant fire around her. And it won't be super flowy like I tried doing on the Cherno drawing. It's just kind of there. It's just not noticeable because Momiji's color scheme is very white. So it feels like I purposely avoided putting it on her. Hmm. I don't know. What do people think? Weather on or weather off? I'm kind of impartial to both, if I'm being honest. Because I can see the benefit of it, but actually, just make a copy. I guess story-wise for the piece. That's also why the shovel is just within close proximity. Weather is Vines is not river mist. Oh god. Soku weather is such a pain in the ass. But yeah, I guess that's technically done, isn't it? The trees have texture, there's snow, Momiji's there, the snow is shaded, the road looks like it's walked on. Does look like it's been shoveled a bit because I put shading on the bottom there to make it go in. The lines that were there are now mostly covered or gone. So if this bird hits Momiji, she can just loses a card in this place. Imagine if Hatate was actually in Soku. What would her set even be? Ow, fuck, my arm is destroyed. Much better than missed. In which case the bird would just whiff and be annoyed. I mean, to be fair, it's Hatate. Like, she's gonna get annoyed no matter what. Let's see. I don't want to put my main purple thing, my purple signature on, but I technically have a canvas here. Let's see. That's gonna just be covering this entire bank if I do it that big. No, that's not gonna work. Oh, is there a snow filter? That's actually still in the point redeem thing? Huh. That's not too bad. Nope. So that we do it. Oh, wait, right, we changed that. There we go. That fits into the snowbank decently. Cool. I guess that's a finished piece then. And we technically finished it before the new year. So you know what? I'll take it. Remind me not to do a forest again. Like, I'm going to be feeling that for a bit. Momi looks ready to hit the art scene. Maybe. Momiji probably would do relatively well in terms of her clairvoyance, so. There we go. Let's see that export. You cannot see the bar on the stream. But it is going slow. There we go. And let's see here. View details. Let's see. The Clip Studio file is 105 megabytes for this. The PNG is about 10 megabytes for this. So, I'm not sure if I can actually put it on Twitter, can I? Doesn't it have like a 10 megabyte size limit? Now put it on an AI machine? No. Ow. I don't like touching the AI art machines. Export. Compression to 9. I am not sure what you mean by compression to 9 omega, or if that's just a joke. should be in your export settings. There's a scaling for output size, but nothing that specifically says compression. Wrong with you. There we go. Exporting PNG, it ought to be right under compression or lossless file size optimization or something. Hmm. Wasn't seeing it, but did put it at 90%. That did make it under 10 megs. That should be fine. The only image software I've seen that doesn't have it is MS Paint. It's entirely possible that I'm just messing up. There we go. I'm just messing up terminology. And it's entirely possible that just something is in Canadian. Once in a while you see a percentage. Far be it for me to not see percentages. Okay. But Google Zip? Oh god, please tell me there's not a Google Zip. Google Zip standard is always going to have a number from 0 to 9. Noted. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some really specific stretches on my arm to make sure that doesn't screw up for tomorrow. That's fine though. Gzip is way older than Google, don't worry. Okay, that's a good sign at least. Gzip is new zip? Okay. Dude. What? Considering we've got 20 minutes left, what can we do with that? Because I don't quite want to go back to that Momiji sketch, because I might want to change the outfit. Have any quick release games that aren't going to hurt my hand? I could show you guys the pain that is Mabinogi. I wouldn't even need to turn the radio off, if I'm being completely honest. Something that won't hurt my hand, Omega. Fighting games, unfortunately, do fall into that category. Or just cut off your hand. That's bypassing the rules. Let's see here. I probably should make emotes at some point, shouldn't I? I know I've got the JSON ones, but I'm going to need to kind of sketch it up a little bit if I get a third design in. I don't have any idea how to start that, though. Oh, Hina Second Break actually needed an update. How much of an update? Actually, that's a good question for the people who actually know about Toho. Do you actually know about Hina Second Break? Because I certainly wouldn't mind trying to show that off. That's a fairly easy one. Granted, it would need to go through the download update, which I'm not sure it's gonna... Oh, there we go. I may as well keep it Toho themed. Shoot. I have no idea, so go for it. I'm not even sure if it's gonna be in the listing. Hey, it is. Okay. It's labeled as a platformer too. It is not a platformer at all. Let's see here. I probably will turn the music off for that though. Where I left the sound on? Yes, I did. Just gonna turn that down a few notches because ow. Okay, that should probably be fine. Let's see here. Game capture or window capture. Hina 2. Oh, nice. Making my job really easy. I have seen a couple people play this before, just to explain that, but this is a weird little game. It's technically a PvP game, as hard as that is to believe. What am I set up as right now? Right, I'm set up as Komachi. Do I remember what my setup was for this? 'Cause it's been a while since I've actually seen it. Oh, whoops. Window capture is apparently not the right answer. It does not seem to actually update it. Okay, I'll get a game capture. Feel like doing that instead? There we go. That's better. Here. Then move it down, so that way you can see all the overlay. There we go. Alright. Look up everything around it. A little lighter and slippier in your turns. We'll go with the coin. But yeah, just to explain this one really quick. It is functionally a game where Hina will spawn on the map somewhere. You have a choice of your throwing item, and you're just trying to knock her off the screen, basically. Shoot. So you have multiple options for actually getting through it, and depending on what character you have like special abilities or whatnot. It's actually a really awful training stage for this to show it off. But do that. Damn, that wasn't enough. But it's functionally just a physics game where you're trying to knock Hina into the void, which is always fun. Dude, let's see if I can actually get some online matches going so I can show this a bit better. As fair reference, most things in this are in Japanese. There's like partial English translation just to get you going, but not the easiest thing to actually get going. And I'm pretty sure it's searching right now. So we're just gonna have to wait for a bit to see if anyone's actually playing in the area, because I haven't a clue. Just to make sure. Casual match? or just quick match, just so we can show it. Oh yeah, they've played a bit. Let's see here. Doop. Oh, hi, coin. Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. That should not have gone that far. Oh, hey, there's a Seki Bunky. Nice. This person's just gonna be calling me out this entire time, huh? Okay. I'm perfectly fine with that. Ah, damn. They'll probably get it off of this, but that's fine. Yeah, there it is. It's a fairly quick game overall, which isn't inherently a bad thing. It's kind of just something you can go into for either 5 minutes or an hour, and you'll... Oh god, I'm going to be up against them for this entire night, aren't I? Oh, this is going to go poorly. Oh, that's fine. Let's see if I can actually remember how to play the game, if anything. I think I should be able to get my coin on her. Nope. I did not go quite as high as I figured. That's fine. And dunk. Will that water heater explode? Yes, it will. There's a bunch of fun little physics tied to this. I think it was basically a gas tank, but most of the physics will just pop up from where you would least expect it, which is fairly nice. Game, are you gonna call me out for being bad? Oh, hey, look at June. Good start. I'll take that. There we go. I probably should have re-cheat actually there, but that's fine. There is kind of like a point-based gacha system tied to this, just that way you can get like unlocked outfits for your characters and all that. Which I'm not great at, but you're like a wrecking ball? For the most part, yeah. Oh, I didn't know that Aishin was actually in here. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Interesting shot. Ah. Yeah, that's enough weight there. That's going to be a problem. That's alright. I'm mostly just waiting on points, just so that way I can get this together. Up! We'll make that a little easier for them to win. No. That's sliding still for some reason. Okay. Can you win off that, though? No, but you can get close. Why don't we do that? Aw. Too much of a blockage there. Oh well. And there's way too much weight on it for that. Yeah. I don't remember exactly what having them as a cat will do for us, but... Oh, it doesn't matter. We took too long. That's also a slight addition, is that you've only got like 5-ish rounds to get anything done. That's kind of just part of the bonus of it being a very, very short game. Which I find better, to be honest with you. Because if you had something like that go on for like 20 rounds, that would be a little ridiculous. But we haven't gotten any of the evil maps yet, which I'm relatively okay with. Oh, hey, it's a drunk Notori. This should be fine. Almost. I'm kind of just fine with not throwing it there. Okay. I was trying a peer game. Yeah, I was trying to do that throw. Gotta be a little nicer than that. Hmm. Oh, almost. Let's see here. If I throw it here? Ah, I need it to be a little higher. Okay, that's fine. There's the answer. And then realistically, you'd only need to hit the brick. I'm not sure if I can hit it, but... No, I just got her stuck in there. Okay. Although, if the Notori can hit that brick... There we go. Don't think I can reach E, but... Up. Sorry, drunk Notori. I kind of know how to play Komachi. That's why I'm sticking with my Sleeping Reaper. Dude. Yeah, Komachi's, at least, is a relatively simple set. I think that's Vermilia. Where you can throw a coin at Hina, and she'll be lighter to move around, and then you've got the special skill, which can just... That is physical, okay. Your special skill basically lets you just attract two objects closer to each other, and then just let physics do the rest of the work. Which I find fun. Oop. That didn't bounce in the right way. Oh, no, that's probably my loss. Oh, no, you didn't actually get to go anywhere. Okay. I thought that would push enough. Guess not. I think she's right here right now, so she can probably get this. Yeah, there we go. I need to get better at my shot placement for this, 'cause it's been a bit. Ow. Oh hey, it's the Raishin again. On the awkward map. Okay, never mind. We found our first evil map. Dude. So to explain this one roughly, if you drop Hina here, she'll just drop back to the top of the map, which is generally not what you'd want. There we go. Nice. Just have to get a nice little snipe in. And I don't know what any of that means. Yeah, it's a simple little, basically Angry Birds clone, for lack of better phrasing. I enjoy it, and it's free. Most of it is in Japanese, though, so you'll have to look up a couple of things just to know how to navigate the menu. Aside from that, though... Oh, fuck, a gold Hina. That's worth a lot of points. Oh, you almost got her through. There we go. What do you got, Notori? Nice. That gets them quite a lot of points. Oh well. Let's see if we can find a game that we can actually win, though. Ding. Get a good old Pirate Hina in. Those tablet phone apps that read the screen and translate your camera have come a long way. Good use case for that, at least. Oh yeah, definitely. Shoot. And I'd imagine for something like this, it would be perfectly fine, because the font's not, like, too cartoony. Let's see here. Ah, fuck, that didn't do what I wanted. Okay. They may be able to get it here. Oh. Really? Hmm. Really? Fine. I was trying to do something fancy with the magnets, but... Oh, hey, I ran up a rank. Neat. I guess that's kind of the fun with the quick match. It can place you in your ranked matches anyways. Oh well, seems like we found a buddy to work with, so... That's alright. Plop. And it's a drunk little Kappa. Oh. Hmm. Not actually sure what best use case for this is. But... just drop it here? Nice. Oh, hey, June. I think there are going to be more people playing as June, if only because of the fact that one Picasperi likes playing June in this a lot. So June has gotten a lot of skins. What are you going to do, June? We both put money in there. Our money doesn't overwrite itself either. Yeah. Nice. And I think with Komaichi, since you're chucking a coin into her, I think you get extra points when you do that. I could be wrong, though. Also, hi, Frank. Hopefully things are going well. Oh. We'll just clear that out of the way. Oh, you're obscuring the bottom left, huh? That is not where that went. Okay. I think here? Just enough. Oh, hey, fun, Hina. Oh, we're not done? What's this silly game? This is Hina second, or Hina-chan Breaker second break. It's a fun little kind of competitive Angry Birds kind of game where you're just trying to take Hina and knock her off the map. Oh, this is a long stage. Okay. I find this fun, if only to come back to it, like, every so often. Ooh, that was a good shot. You can win it from there? Ah, nice. Yeah, it's fun. The artists for the game clearly just like big chests, but I like Komaichi's set, so... I'm kind of sticking with her. Here. That's not where I wanted that to go. Big chests. I like her set. Oh? Almost. I don't think I can capitalize on that. Yeah. They should be able to get it here. Oh. You actually saved it. Oh no. I am so sorry. Up. I am so sorry to you. Oh hey, nice Grandmaster. There is technically a fairly large cast selection for this game, which is probably worth mentioning. So, like, if you like a good amount of Touhou characters, you have options. Because let's see, we've got Nitori, we've got Ibuki, June, Remelia, Koishi, Yomu, Reimu, Marissa, Sane, Chirno, Sega, or Seija, Takane, Alice, Uka, Nue, I think? Omega's playing with you? Oh, no, this is just, like, competitive online stuff, Nano. I'm playing with just random people over the internet. I guess I probably should be playing Momiji, shouldn't I? Considering we just finished the art for that. Yeah, I probably should actually play Momiji, shouldn't I? Doot. Fuck. Let's see if I remember what Momiji's things are like, because it's been a while. Doot. Oh yeah, the art's very good for this game. Right in the bathtub. Huh. Ah, damn. Close enough. They can probably get it from here. Because all they need to do is just shoot that way, and it should get it. Oh! That's a bit of a whiff. There we go. Oh. Nice, I got a lucky chance. I think that's BP times 3 for the match. So... don't fully remember, though. I'm off to bed. Have a comfy rest of stream. Alright, thanks for joining in, Nano. We'll probably hop out after like a couple more matches of this, just because you can get a little bit addicted to playing this. Just a little. But I do recommend it. If people just want to try it, it's free on Steam. CMA as well. Oh, this is a new stage. Oh, it's a long stage too. Okay. Alright, what do you got? Why did you go for your kicks, girl? Ah. Boo. Gotta leave it on the winning note. As a LoL player, I understand. Cameron? Oh. Let's see here. Almost got what I needed. Oh crap, we're still not done. Oh. I missed the hook. That's a shame. There we go, you got it. Shoot. Let's see if I can get one more win. Or at least get one win as Momiji. Just to say we succeeded with the woof. Good start. Oh, I can immediately go for it, huh? Not enough. Okay. Oof. That's not a good shot. I needed a little more push. That's okay. You might be able to flip it with a box and make the mistake I was thinking of. Oh no, you got it. Nice. Heck. Just to check, what does her stuff do again? Let's see. Active. She throws a shield when you touch the screen. Shield releases a roar, blows away surrounding objects, and stands still. Touching it again causes it to fall in place. Okay. Reserves the touch position, releases a slash that flies sideways. Slash destroys and accelerated when it touches a small object. If it touches something a second time, it destroys or blows it away. Okay. Forgot that her active clairvoyance thing was just a roar that I need to actually use more. Ooh, this one's actually a bit long. So you have to knock her off the screen the number of times that's actually on here, so... Ah, shit. Yeah. That should be fine. Pop. There's one. And then we're not quite done here, but still have a little bit to go. Oh. Whoops. Not enough juice. Oh, you actually got it, the double. Nice. I need to get a win, because I would like to go to sleep. Oh, hey, it's birds. Also, there's a gap on the field. That could be a problem. Especially with your direction you're taking this. Not sure I'm comfortable with that. Let's see, can I bank it in there? No, but I could flip the pot in a relatively good way. You didn't even need the kick. Although I am losing ranking, I think, because most of these people seem to be in ranked mode. I'm almost afraid to check to see how long the wait time on casual is. Oh, hey, it's a squish. Let's see what this Koishi player is gonna do. Oh, nice. Pillar right on Cherno's head. That's just how flat her head is. Ooh, that is a traffic jam and a half. Yep. Try and get her out of there, please. Don't shove her in the corner. Thank you. Let's see here. Right there? Ah, damn. Close. She got the shot. That box just got in my way. That was rude. Oh, hey, it's the squish again. Oh, it's the Oku stage. This should be fine. Absolutely fine. He's gonna get that. Okay, I was gonna say. Dude, that stage hurts the eyes. But yeah, that was in fact a nuclear explosion. And that we just dropped Hina directly into. But it's fine, Hina can come back from anything. What I find funny is that Hina's technically a usable character in this as well. It's like a time-traveling Hina that just exists, apparently. That's fine. Nice. Ooh, nice. Getting good use out of your crystal. Shoot. Come on, game. Oh, hey, Anue. With one of the fancy skins and 8,000 wins. Oh, I'm definitely not getting this. Oh, that's unfortunate. Perfect record with the Momiji so far. I'm not sure if I would count that exactly, but... Pop. There's one. Alright, Nue with 8,000 wins. Show me what those skills got you. Dunk. Up. And now it's primed for them to win, so let's see what happens. Yay. I literally did all the work there. Oh, hey. It's June in a maid outfit. Okay. Girl, you used your yen in the wrong spot. Spotless record still intact. We are, in fact, 0 for 8. Good boy. And we're just burying him in coins. Oh, I'm so sorry, Hina. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, go for it. I think my regular shot is fine. Oh god. Alright, June, what do you got? She's gonna jump, so... Okay. That can work, for sure. Now, will those roll and knock over? No. Close, though. So what do you got here, June? There you go. The rocket is your friend. Come on, let me break the record. How many losses can I get before we get one win? Oh god, it's the 8,000 new A player again. Wow. Literally turn 1. I didn't even get a chance there. Some of the maps are that easy. It's 10-0, let's go. Oh god, it's probably gonna be 11-0. Okay. Fuck. I didn't mean to push it that far. Oh well, they got it. Almost got it. Wow. That hurts. Sadly, I don't get too many corrective state moves with Momiji, so... yeah, that was bad. That was just a mistake on my half. Let's see here. Oh. Alright, Squish. Let's see what you got. Okay. No, I lost. Or not. Let's see here. There we go. Record finally broken. I got a single win as Momiji. So what is that, like 12-1? Yeah, Hina-chan Breaker's second break is a fun game. It's technically played primarily by the Japanese audience, I'm pretty sure. And the game is mostly in Japanese, so there's that kind of language barrier, but it's pretty easy to understand even without like English and a major amount of English in the game. That's alright. Anyways, let's go raid somebody. Probably someone who's doing art. Which by the looks of things is probably going to be Meru. Throw rock hard, not girl in the hole. Yeah, basically. And at least the abilities are translated, so I mean... you can always just try and figure it out from there and experimenting a bit. Let's see here. Elora is sleeping again. Fanta is on. I don't think I've raided Fanta with this channel before.
I'm not scaring me. Looks so real.
This is in the wrong audio source.
Yeah.
Get that going. Why don't we go raid Fanta? I'll probably go sit in Mara's channel anyways, but Fanta is technically someone that I've talked to a good bit on the other account, so why don't we go say hi to our Mandarin Fox friend? Hopefully everyone's at least had a fantastic night. I will talk to you again tomorrow for Pokemon, I'm pretty sure we're doing. Fairly certain, at least. There's not technically much left to do because we're in the post game, but aside from that, I'd say we're doing okay. But hopefully you all have a lovely evening. I will get to talk with you later. But for now, bye-bye. 5, 4, 3, 2,